All right, so I'm planning to make some content, probably a reel for Instagram and other platforms, a short video format, trying to explain my goal of trying to sound 100% like a Brazilian and what that really means and questions that come up around that and stuff like that. So I wanted to create a space, which is here on my behind the scenes channel, for me to kind of more freely just talk and practice how might I communicate about that, because I don't know the best way to say it, and I'm trying to figure out a sort of punchier, more concise way to explain that. So this is my low stakes space for experimentation. So let's see. I'll mainly be talking to myself rather than interacting. I don't know if anyone will even, be watching this, but this is mainly for me. Yeah, minha meta é falar português como brasileiro, como falante nativo, poder falar em português em diversos contextos por 10 minutos ou mais com brasileiros que não me conhecem e eles acharem que sou do Brasil, de verdade. É uma meta desnecessária, segundo muitas definições, mas faço porque gosto. Se você é brasileiro, o que faço? Perguntas e reclamações comuns. Isso é impossível. Discordamos nisso então. Estou abordando de um jeito prático sobre se pessoas comuns conseguem notar que não sou brasileiro depois de X minutos de falar comigo. E seguir melhorando além disso também. Não sobre se um computador ou esperto em sotaques for me analisar detalhada e exaustivamente. Brief pause, got a message from a client. Past client. Yeah, let me talk a little more freely. Let me think through this. So, I mean, there's the goal. How's the goal defined? There's questions about process. There's questions about possibility. I'm going to start sketching stuff out on paper as well, just to help me think. So, what is the goal? What am I aiming for? And we could probably get sort of rigorous in how we define it in some way, almost mathematically, or, you know, define some way of kind of measuring it. That could be almost binary for whether it's achieved or not. There's probably, you know, in a way, the goal itself is kind of floaty in this journey of continuous improvement, just like all the way deeper, as deep as possible. But I think if I can quantify it to some extent, or pick, you know, snap the line, so to speak, on some part of that journey, that can be probably meaningful, and make it more concrete, make it so, I don't know, I guess there's sort of more stakes, not in like a super crazy way, but just a way there it's kind of, you know, verifiable, potentially from an outside perspective. You know, even if someone's skeptical or something, if I define it well enough, at least then, even if other people disagree in some way, at least we can hopefully be more on the same page of what is it we're even talking about, because sometimes that's just not clear. People are talking about different things. Because if I say I'm going to sound like a native, then yeah, there's going to be people who love that and believe it's possible. There's going to be people who hate that. There's going to be people who don't think it's possible. There's going to be, but mixed in with all this, there's going to be a bunch of people thinking about slightly different things or very different things. So I think it's good to, you know, I can have sort of the headline, you know, high level descriptions, but also how can I make it more specific, more quantified, I guess. So measurable, and maybe it doesn't have to be really rigorously perfectly measurable. It could be kind of a loosey goosey, funny expression, way of, you know, kind of have numbers there but still be kind of relaxed about, you know, it doesn't have to be measured perfectly or whatever, just, you know, make it a little more concrete, a little more specific. So I guess we could call it the goal definition. Could be one way of talking about it. So how do I know when I've done it? What am I talking about? I suppose really the deeper goal is just 100% like a Brazilian. It's this aspirational thing that maybe I never get to. So yeah, 100% Brazilian / become Brazilian. Even if that doesn't really make sense, that would be one useful way to think of it. And yeah, it's funny, even for me, that brings some stuff up. I think that's a challenging concept. Kind of fucks with identity on some level in a way that probably feels unnerving or unsettling or whatever you want to call it to a lot of people, including myself to some extent. And that's where, yeah, maybe there is some level of, you know, sensitivity to that. I don't know. Yeah, that is interesting. It almost feels like it starts to cross a line, or it does cross a line potentially, if I talk about like an actual shift in identity for real, not just kind of putting something on and doing a really, really effective job at it so that it's even convincing to other people, but talking about like the essence of the actual identity itself, I guess. Obviously the origins are the origins, that can't be changed. There's, you know, unless we start looking at time machines and that kind of stuff, like the past is the past. I mean, I think we can, oh, that's great. I wonder if I can ban comments from here. Let's see. That's fun though, getting my first spam comments. I'll log into YouTube live and see what I can do there. see, how do I get to the live broadcast room? There it is, live control room. There we go. Now I can say, yeah, reported. Report again. And hide. Nice. Obviously that wouldn't scale. That's interesting. Comment moderation. Hey, this is good. I'm learning things. All right, so back to me. Back to talking to myself. And I did lose my train of thought. That's all right. But yeah, goal definition. That's the key part of this. There's the aspirational deeper goal of just, oh yeah, I remember where I was, because the aspirational deeper goal is like 100% Brazilian / becoming Brazilian. But that's where if I start, depending on how I'm, like, that's a tricky area, and I don't know, like, I don't want to, that's where I think there could be something that's crossing a line potentially, as far as, yeah, it's interesting to parse that out. To me personally, and other people could feel differently, but to me internally, I think that it feels okay for me to acknowledge that it's what do I want to say? How would I distinguish that? Well, I'll allow myself to say it wrong if that happens, to make mistakes in my communication here, and I'll iterate and figure out better ways to talk about it. So yeah, my past is my past. Anyone's past is their past. And I think we can generally treat that as something that's unchangeable. We could reframe it. We could look at it different perspectives and so on and so forth. But what happened, happened. Of course, we could probably look at nuance of that and question things and how do we know what happened and blah, blah, blah. And then there could be misinformation and disinformation and all this stuff. So yeah, things can get hairy still with that. But just to have some sort of ground to stand on, let's say, at least for a minute, that the past is the past. It is what it is. Like, whether that is, and there can be nuance. Yeah, someone could have grown up in multiple countries and so on. But where I'm coming from, with a simplified perspective, at least at first, is, I was born in the U.S., grew up in the U.S. Then you've got a bunch of people who were born in Brazil, grew up in Brazil. So there's a meaningful difference in those situations between a set of people who were born in the U.S. and grew up in the U.S. versus a set of people who were born in Brazil and grew up in Brazil. There are meaningful differences there in terms of whatever you want to call it, I guess. But yeah, identity and formative experiences, just what each group of people and each specific person within those groups, what they've experienced or not experienced, and how things have shaped them, how they've been conditioned, what they notice, what they don't notice, how they communicate, their tendencies, their patterns of thoughts, actions, feelings, how they notice things, their frames or perspectives, how they process things. And yeah, identity tied to a country. There's something interesting there. Identity tied to a language. There's something interesting there. Identity tied to a geographical region, which happens to, map to a country, but the geographical region itself. There's something interesting there. Identity tied to the people that they know, the networks of people who are communicating kind of in a, key kind of clustered areas of communication networks, because there's communication between the US and Brazil, and people flow back and forth, and info flows back and forth, but there's meaningful clustering within each country. And so they're kind of their own little worlds in a way. And anyways, so to actually, this idea of sort of starting from zero again in theory and creating a new identity that is, as valid and deep as someone who was born in that place and grew up there, but claiming or, arguably doing that as an adult. It does seem like a stretch to me, like, to argue that that's, I still think it could be, attempted, and someone could believe that they're doing that, but as far as the actual reality of what's happening, it feels like a stretch to me there's something in there that I'm struggling to still put into words very well, but I think that there's probably something important in recognizing that the past is the past. There could be lies and misinformation and disinformation. There could be spies. There could be this or that. There could be, again, there can be layers to this. But on some level, I think it's helpful to ground us in this idea that there's sort of this unchangeable truth, hopefully at least, of what has happened in the past. And that is part of what makes each of us who we are. But yeah, man, identity or who we are, can I map those things together? Identity versus who we are. These are all interesting things for me to explore, because on some level I don't know what I'm talking about. On some level I do. I don't want to claim more expertise in these areas than I actually should, I guess. But it's interesting to explore, and I've noticed I kind of want to close my eyes to not even see the chat. That's interesting, because my goal here isn't to interact. My goal, there could be interaction if that happens potentially, but that's not my goal, and that could become a distraction. But my main goal is to get into a deep flow with myself and to just have that documented, and to use the live camera to help in the process of documentation and exploration, to sort of keep me accountable, I guess, or to keep me grounded in this flow that I'm doing, so that I'm less likely to, wander off and do something else in my thoughts or actions or whatever. Okay, so yeah, defining this goal. I'm kind of all over the place here, but that's all right. I'll get there. It's kind of how these explorations work, whether I'm doing them live or by myself or whatever. I could probably be more rigorously, higher gravity, turn up the gravity dial, magnetism dial, whatever you're going to call it, the amount of force that there is keeping me on scope, in scope, focused on a certain area. But I'm allowing myself some flexibility here to go on some excursions or whatever you want to call it, and then come back, find my way back. And that is a key concept. I used to reference that a lot. I used to live that more in the past when doing these sorts of things, is to find my way back. What's the core focus? And then I can kind of explore, get some feel for the lay of the land, but then keep coming back, keep relating back to the kind of the home base, keep coming back. Almost like meditation. You go, you notice yourself off, wherever, and then you're like, wait a minute, come back. And then you come back to whatever it is. So it's almost a meditative but productive kind of exploration of things. So, and I think the key focus here, let me try to put it into words because that'll be helpful, and maybe I'll change this, but I think it's figuring out how to communicate my goal of sounding 100% like a Brazilian to my ideal clients and to some extent other people. But to some extent, I think I want to kind of ignore non-ideal clients in this communication, because to some extent, this is business-oriented communication. This is part of it is, art and documenting my own journey, regardless of results, with others, regardless of relatability with others, just, my own thing. To some extent, there is that. But there's also, to some extent, this communication is happening with an audience, within the context of a business, within the context of, it was a weird noise. I don't know what that was. Anyways. Was this recording? Yeah, I was worried the mic wasn't working for a second. But yeah, within the context of, that's what I was saying, but I forgot my train of thought. Within the context of... Anyways, I can abandon it if needed. I could probably find it if I keep swimming in that, but I can also come back to the focus, and then I may pick up loose threads anyways along the way. But yeah, so the main focus is how to communicate this stuff. And yeah, ideal clients, that's probably what I was trying to talk about. I'm in a business context, which is where this concept, which I heard from Owen Cook, comes in handy of, focus the laser, focus the layer, focus the laser. Don't try to boil the ocean. Don't try to help everyone. Don't try to please everyone. Don't try to communicate to everyone. Be hyper specific in your focus. Not a mainstream thing. Not trying to please everyone. But instead, potentially almost cult-like following of people who really resonate with what I'm actually up to and are willing to invest, who actually care and aren't just paying lip service, but are willing to pay money, go deeper, join sort of a shared mission. And, hopefully not have the negative aspects of, cult-like things, but to have some of the positive aspects of that. I don't know. I'm still learning about all that. Cult is kind of a scary word, but I think it can be used sometimes with caution in these types of contexts. Maybe not an actual cult, but cult-like, to kind of evoke some of those characteristics that... So what characteristics am I even talking about? I don't fully know. I'm partly just parroting what I hear people say in business contexts sometimes. But I think if I were to think a little more about it on the fly, it might be people who... Hopefully they are thinking people who are still able to question and aren't just, unquestioning. I don't know if I can use the word dogmatic. That's the word that popped into my head, but I don't really know how to use that word. But hopefully it's not people who are just, unquestioningly devoted, but rather people who have alignment with something specific, and they feel a strong sense of connection, and there's sort of a group for them to bond with others who, it's not this mainstream thing, it's this sort of unique gathering place of these like-minded people who maybe feel like outsiders in some sense from most of the world, but they've bonded together with a few other rare people who have been kind of collected into or attracted or whatever you want to call that, magnetized. I don't know. I don't necessarily like all these words, but somehow these people have connected, and that can be facilitated by a leader of sorts to kind of create that space and the inroads to that space, or the ways of discovering that space, of discovering each other, of gathering. And it is interesting when it's in a business context and the money is flowing to the leader, so to speak. lots of stuff that I think could go either way in terms of seeming sketchy or questionable or feeling gross in some way versus being good, basically, that things aren't necessarily inherently good or bad, but it can be more of, powerful mechanisms, and that power can amplify good or bad. It depends on how it's used, but then, you could have some dark patterns and things, and I'm starting to get into a rabbit hole, but it's interesting. Yeah, the whole idea of comparing it to a cult is interesting to me, and I think valuable, but also a little bit bothersome. But I'm also noticing a significant part of what bothers me is I think it's on some level I'm sort of hedging or trying to relate to what other people would think about what I'm saying. And maybe that starts to get back to kind of the heart of the issue is the more that I don't know if hedging is really the right word that I want to use here, but the more that I'm kind of trying to please a bunch of people or a bunch of different hypothetical people, and the more that I'm sort of modifying, caveating, stepping on eggshells, etc., potentially the less powerful or the less focused or the less direct, the less concise my message becomes. So this is where there's potentially power in focusing the laser and being okay with a lot of people not understanding, a lot of people not liking me or what I'm saying or the projections they have of me or whatever that is. Yeah, focusing the laser, being willing to communicate in a hyper-specific way, or maybe more than that. I mean, it is that, but that could be misinterpreted too. Communicating for a hyper-specific kind of person. Maybe that gets more into and maybe it's in a hyper-specific kind of context too. What's the format? What's the existing relationship, etc.? So yeah, creating my communication in ways that honor that I don't know, that style, I guess, that communication style. Taking advantage of that ability. So yeah, focus the laser, cult-like, not stepping on eggshells. But it's interesting because I also, this is where I'm reminded of things I've talked about in therapy and the idea of dialectics. I think that's hopefully the right term. I still struggle with how to actually use words in that space. But that you can have, opposing ideas and how to sort of dance with opposing ideas, conflicting ideas, or ideas that seemingly or potentially enter into conflict with each other. So another, I don't know if it's a value of mine, but something that is something I care about, but sometimes comes into conflict with other things, is the idea of, well, one way of wording it would be do no harm. Then we could question that. Maybe there's other ways of wording it. Maybe that doesn't always, because again, it can come into conflict with other things. Sometimes maybe some harm is okay, but what it is harm, like we have to get specific. And again, it's tricky, and also who are we talking to? What's the audience? Because with all of this, it could be misinterpreted. But if I'm just talking with myself or with a therapist or a known single person, then things can be more efficient. Ooh, that's a cool connection there. Upper limit of acceptable abstraction or something like that. Like the deeper you go, the more familiarity there is in a specific communication channel, you could say, with a specific receiver, between sender and receiver, the more there are opportunities for kind of streamlining the communication, being able to say more with less, that kind of thing, avoiding misunderstandings. And I guess that's part of what we're talking about here on some level too, is if I focus the laser, I get hyper specific about who I'm talking to. Part of the challenge is all the people that, like if I'm using a channel like Instagram, it just feels like there's so much noise. There's so much, like if I'm talking to the minority, I mean, potentially they can gather, it can resonate with them, and I can repel other people. But it seems like there's, and maybe it's just the nature of the game. Maybe it's just how it is, because I'm not alone in this. I'm not some unique snowflake in this sense. It's funny even using that word seems like unique snowflake. That feels politically charged now. That's strange. But it's still a useful concept. But yeah, I'm not a unique snowflake. There's a lot of other business owners who we're all on similar journeys, and they're communicating with their audiences, and some of them are doing it in, very hyper-focused ways and have plenty of haters and blah, blah, blah. And yeah, most likely, most of my audience is not going to be my ideal clients. Most of my audience are not going to be buyers. Most of my audience are not going to be people that I don't know about that one. I'm not sure. That could be a stretch. But I was going to say people that I like or that I, want in my living room or something like that. That still might be true. I mean, if I do the living room part, I wouldn't want a bunch of strangers. But if I got to know them over time, maybe there's still, a lot of people that I just wouldn't resonate with. And that's not just, followers or people in my audience. That's probably just most people in general. I don't know. It's a little tricky because I used to think I could get along with anyone pretty well. Maybe that was a bit of an illusion, delusion, whatever. I think on some level it was kind of a skill, but it was also based on walking on eggshells and avoiding conflict and maybe not presenting my own views, wanting to be liked, trying to not rock the boat, trying to just be. Some of it was, I think, good or effective or whatever, generally being kind, trying not to be mean, trying not to harm others, trying, that kind of stuff, trying to do the right thing. But along with all that came also sort of a sacrifice of my own, voice, I guess, my own power on some level, fear of conflict, fear of consequence, fear of being ostracized, fear of lots of stuff, fear of being disliked, fear of having haters, fear of being targeted, fear of etc. So on some level, someone on the outside, again, I feel this pull to consider how other people might interpret what I'm saying. I think that's often an adaptive thing, but again, it's this balance of sort of competing ideals and maybe not just two, but it can be multiple, different attractors or whatever you want to call it, and trying to figure out how to navigate that. And it can be helpful, adaptive, healthy, effective, whatever, that I care about, even if it's coming from fear, that in some level there's some level of importance, whether it's from fear or motivation or aspiration, or I don't know how to parse that out, but whether it's whatever my motivation is for assigning importance to other people's perspectives, interpretations, reactions, etc. I think on some level it's kind of good in some sort of sense that I have that tendency. Because, and then I was realizing, wait, why? It's interesting to try to fill in that blank and see how would I actually define that. Because my gut says it's good. And that can be good enough on some level. Like maybe it tends to make the world a better place if people are generally, trying to not fuck other people up, trying to be caring, trying to generally not do harm, try to generally not make things worse for other people, and when possible, even make things better without, overextending themselves. And you got to put on your own oxygen mask. You got to put on your own oxygen mask first and all that stuff. But but I guess in choosing, and someone could say I'm overthinking. I could say I'm overthinking, but could also say it's appropriate. I don't know. It's sort of a gamble, a bet on what's appropriate here. I may not have even said enough to be clear what I'm talking about. Sometimes relatability could be from a lens of for my future self to understand, of course, which future self, which context, etc. But like at a minimum, just like, is it understandable what I'm talking about? Man, but even that can be sort of unclear. But there's some level of kind of, I think there's, I don't know how to define it yet, but like maybe it could just be a future version of myself. Would a future version or future versions, I don't know, somewhere in that space, would future versions of myself understand what I just said? Upon listening to a recording, could they figure it out? And also I could question, do they need to be able to understand it? Maybe not. Sometimes the value is in the exploration rather than listening to it later. And a lot of this stuff, I probably won't ever listen to it again, being realistic. Hard to say. Maybe not. But if I generate a lot of content, then it becomes impractical and unlikely. More impractical, more unlikely that I will listen to all of it or any one given chunk of it. I'm noticing potential benefits of becoming more sort of rigorous or specific in my thinking out loud like this, talking out loud like this, whatever we want to call it, is helpful. Yeah, it's nice. Kind of shining a light on my own thoughts and whatnot, I guess, and helping me notice gaps. It's not perfect, but it's probably better than me just thinking by myself without kind of grounding it in something. So it's almost like project-based thinking. There's sort of a focus, and even if I allow myself flexibility to wander, it's still, there's some sort of focus. And I tend to keep coming back to that focus. And I can be more cutthroat about it. Higher gravity towards the focus, so to speak. Less tolerance for sort of deviation away from that. Or I can be more relaxed. Or there's probably other options too, but yeah. Okay, but yeah. If I want to sound 100% like a Brazilian, become Brazilian, goal definition, started thinking about cult-like, focus the laser, what does that mean? What am I really trying to do? Because that informs how I talk about this stuff, and not just for this one piece of content I'm imagining making, or, a set of, a collection of pieces of content over time, potentially. But also just overall, my kind of overarching communication. How do I approach that? And what are sort of the frames I have available intellectually, emotionally, whatever, spiritually, however I want to think about it, for me to, for instance, be able to I don't know. I don't know the right words to use, but if I change my communication style and that leads to more misunderstanding, misinterpretation, hate, etc., whatever we want to call it, what do I do? How do I frame that? How do I insulate myself from it? Do I reframe the stuff? Do I just ignore it / insulate myself from it? Do I don't know. I'll have to figure out. But yeah, anyways, maybe I'll get back to some of those sort of practical outputs here or whatever. There's still deeper, interesting things that I can explore. I'll just kind of write stuff down to have a couple of reference points. So focus the laser, cult-like following, efficiency of communication, based on who is talking with who. One of those should probably be whom. Who is talking with whom, I guess. But I don't know. Who is talking with who? That's fine. Haters. Misunderstanding, misinterpretation. Piranhas, mosquitoes. Lots of metaphors. Distractions. So one potential path forward, I can again keep iterating, refining, see what feels right, see what I want to communicate, how I want to communicate, see what I want to do, etc. One potential path forward is, but I'm not saying, claiming that I will, negate my own past and or purely add in a pure is a weird word, but I'll use it in this context for now at least. Sort of a pure, like real, valid, deep Brazilian identity as if I had been born in Brazil despite not having been born in Brazil, and somehow sort of grow that starting from, arguably as an adult. In my case, I guess I technically started, when I was 10, 11, 12, somewhere in there with Portuguese, I believe. And to say that somehow I can sort of become Brazilian for real, and I don't mean, because there could be different angles on that. It could be, okay, citizenship, that might be an available path, and like legally whatnot, like that might actually be possible to become Brazilian, but that's not exactly what I'm talking about. Potentially I'm talking about like a deeper sense of identity. I don't quite know the right words to use, but not like a what's acknowledged by a governing body or something, although that's important, but rather something about sort of the essence of, I still don't quite know how to define it, but like normally it would be, and this, yeah, there's probably a lot of interesting things to explore of, I mean, clearly there's so many people with different lived experiences, and people who have, like, there's so much that I'm just not aware of, that I'm pretty ignorant of here, that would be relevant to what I'm talking about. So it's yeah, tricky for me to explore it, but that's why I'm exploring. It's all sort of tentative, and yeah. But yeah, potentially, I'm trying to pass. It's interesting because I know some people take issue with that word, pass. But I think it's a valuable word. And so I think tentatively, I think that I want to keep using that word because I think it has sort of a lot of bang for the buck. Conveys a lot with a little. I was going to say maybe everything can become problematic. Maybe that's straw manning or exaggerating or something. There's also probably some truth to that. Confusing world. Life can be confusing. So yeah, I'm just going to use that word pass for now, at least for myself, and potentially even in my content and stuff. We'll see. Could potentially change, but I don't think it has to. But yeah, pass as Brazilian. And maybe it's pass in a limited sense. We could start defining what does that mean. But I think, and I could research, again, there's tons of experience that I don't have, experiences that other people have lived, experience that other people have, experiences that other people have. So experiences, both, I guess. Around, for instance, the concept of passing. I would imagine that in transgender communities and whatnot, that there's a lot of deep thinking that has happened and continues to be developed around this sort of thing. So I again acknowledge my ignorance in a lot of ways. But yeah, I think this is a powerful word. And words can have different meanings in different communities and contexts. But I think this word is powerful in this context. So yeah, for me to pass as Brazilian, to me, what that evokes is this idea of when I'm among Brazilians, pass as Brazilian by itself doesn't require that it's being judged by Brazilians, but that's the extra layer that I add in for myself. So I guess sort of more rigorously, to pass as Brazilian means that for an as yet undefined audience of one or more people of whatever backgrounds, whatever types of people, that at least for some sort of observer, evaluator, that they believe me to be Brazilian, or that they could believe that I am Brazilian. You know, maybe they don't think that I'm Brazilian specifically necessarily, but they don't think that I'm not Brazilian. Like, they think that I could be Brazilian at least. And maybe it could be an even more, focused thing of they specifically think that I'm Brazilian or believe that I'm Brazilian. So there could be different layers. And then, yeah, also adding in further definition of who the audience or the observers, evaluators, whatever terms we want to use there. We could say we could further limit it, I guess, further define it to say for Brazilians to think that I'm Brazilian. So I guess I'll write that down. For Brazilians to think that I'm Brazilian. It's crazy how each part of this, if I get really rigorous about it, there can be a ton of like nuance, ways we could break it, ways we could attack it. It's pretty easy to attack. Most things would be one way to think about it, I guess. Or to question or criticize or poke holes in or whatever. So to some extent, It's about audience, evaluator, or evaluators, who. That's kind of an emerging important factor in this definition, I guess. Another part is for them to think that I'm Brazilian. So it's about me, and it's about me being Brazilian. And it's interesting there because I'm saying being. I'm not saying that I speak like a Brazilian. But that based on my speaking, there's potentially an assumption of identity, I guess, of origin, even. So yeah, Brazilians, you could call that audience or listeners or evaluators or who, something like that. And then for the me being Brazilian part, I guess, I could call that speaker. Because sometimes we can tell based on how someone seems to have understood something, but often we're making an evaluation based on their output, their speech. And it could be other stuff as well, of course, their image, their movements, there's a lot of things that could go into it, but I think speech is a really important aspect of how we perceive others' origins, identities, what groups they belong to, what groups we would categorize them in, what groups the listeners would categorize them in, I suppose. I'm thinking about hopefully I'm getting the names right here, but Claude Shannon's theory of mathematical communication to some extent, which sounds really nerdy for me to, but genuinely, and I don't know exactly what, but that's what's coming to mind with, sender, receiver, channel, noise, reproducing a message at one point. That was the same message, or at least effectively same enough, or whatever, however it's defined. The amount of information, the ability to kind of condense some of that. And so yeah, for the type of Brazilian, I still like that idea of land the plane, so to speak. Maybe there's a better way to communicate it, I don't know. But land the plane in Brazil, so to speak. Like, I don't know that I do need to specialize in one specific dialect. I think I could. I think I have that opportunity that, that's available to me. Or to specialize in multiple dialects, one or more dialects. But I don't think that I necessarily have to do that. I might be able to take more varied input and sort of consolidate it, mix it together, and end up with sort of a hodgepodge, mix of Brazilian influences. Yeah, I don't know. Technically, I don't know if what I'm doing right now, if I should count that towards the rule of 100 for my 100 minutes of daily content creation or not. Because you could define content creation differently. I think I'll count it, but I also want to make sure I get a post of some sort out by midnight, which is an hour and 20 minutes from now. Huh. Let me mute myself for a sec. Actually, I should probably speed that timeline up just in case I have something else to do in the next hour or so. But yeah, pass as Brazilian. For me to be able to speak, on some level, it's, also interaction based for me to be able to understand like a Brazilian, but also for me to be able to speak and to be perceived as Brazilian. So it's a little bit of both, but I think there's sort of a bias towards speaking, but then, yeah, it's a little tricky to think through. Ultimately, it's both. But speaking is arguably like the most, if listening is at sort of an acceptable level, then speaking is the one that kind of yells. That's, listening is potentially more of a whisper, and speaking is more of a yell, so to speak, in terms of how obvious they are for someone to assess whether I pass as Brazilian or not. For me, not listening well, I mean, some of it could be ascribed to other challenges that are not necessarily like based on being Brazilian or not. It could be based on hearing loss or processing disorders or being under the influence of something, altered states of some sort, or not paying attention, not being familiar with some expression. There's probably going to be some things that would raise more suspicion, so to speak, of like, that, I feel like most people would have understood that. Why didn't this person understand that? That was a pretty basic, standard, everyday thing, that kind of thing. But I think that, yeah, the area of listening is probably, once you're at a certain sort of acceptable level, and that's where we could question what are the definitions here, but that maybe it's sort of more tolerant. That the idea of passing as Brazilian or passing as a native speaker in general is probably more tolerant of gaps with a lot of listening-based stuff, and less tolerant with a bunch of speaking-based stuff. I'm getting tired. Partly sleep tired, but also work tired, let's say, focus tired, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, pass as Brazilian. I want Brazilians to think that I'm Brazilian. Now we could look at different things. There could be different types of sort of, for lack of a better concept or term or whatever, I'll call it like statistical distributions. I don't know if that's really what I want to say, but things like how many listeners and who are they? And by that, then you could expand that to mean like factors that they have in common, or different or varying factors. So, if they're all from Bahia, that would be meaningful in some way. If they're all from Salvador, that would be meaningful in some way. If they're distributed from around the country, that would be meaningful. If they're all from Rio, that would be meaningful, etc. If some are old, if some are young, if there's a spread, if they're all expert accent evaluators in some way versus just kind of layman, kind of your everyday person, that would be different. If they have foreign language experience versus they don't have foreign language experience, there's a bunch of factors we could look at that may or may not influence how they evaluate accentedness. So yeah, I guess so you can talk about statistical distributions or variation. Maybe variation is a good concept to bring in here. So there could be variation in the listeners. There could also be variation in the speaker. So let's call that listener variation. And then we could also have speaker variation. That'd be one way to think about it. And for listener variation, for example, we could probably parse these out, expand these, whatever, in different ways. Like listener variation, you could talk about listener variation in terms of different listeners are going to be different. You could also talk about just one listener can be different from moment to moment, context to context, that sort of thing. Have they had alcohol? Are they well slept? Have they been primed by something? Are they what are their expectations? How is the thing framed? What is their skill level, their experience with different things, their familiarity with different things? And then for speaker variation, and then there's probably something to do with the amount of speech. I guess amount of speech and type of speech. That'd be one way to think of it. I'm looking for something to respond to someone here. All right. Listener variation, speaker variation, amount of speech, type of speech. So to me, amount of speech is kind of like how long are you talking for? Then type of speech might include what are you talking about? And in what way? Because potentially if you sort of fix the type of speech, hold that roughly constant, just, hypothetically, not saying this is how it actually works, but you could imagine hypothetically the idea of fixing, holding constant the type of speech and being able to vary the amount of speech and have all of that pass as, pass. We could just use that as shorthand for now and have all of that pass. In this case, we're saying that speech pass as Brazilians believe that it is a Brazilian speaker producing that speech. It could be, for instance, a type of speech could be like informal kind of speaking between friends, using some slang and stuff, maybe, I don't know, but just describing like favorite kind of bread infinitely. You can just imagine it's just up to an infinite amount of speech, practically, effectively, whatever. And potentially the assessment of that speaker for any meaningful chunk of that speech would be that that it passes, that they seem to be Brazilian in this case. Of course, if you zoom in too far and listen to just a little chunk with no context, then it might not pass. But I mean, that's when I say, I guess, meaningful. I'm not defining that well here, but what I mean by that is, a long enough chunk of audio for them to understand it and come to some sort of conclusion. And we could also look at, though, even a native speaker may, trip over their own tongue, so to speak, in some cases, or mispronounce something or misspeak or something. And if we happen to have a chunk of audio that contained that, then maybe that could influence the evaluator's perceptions. And also, how are we assessing their perception? Because if it's, for instance, asking people, hey, listen to this audio, do you think this person's Brazilian or not? That would be one way to do it, but that's going to frame things in a certain way, for better or worse. And that may introduce some, I don't know what to call that. I'll just say noise for now. Their responses may not map to what you actually want to measure. Or align with what you want to measure. I don't know. Or align well enough with what you want to measure. But yeah, listener variation, intra and inter listener. Maybe that's one way I could define that. And speaker variation, intra and inter. Can I say that? Intra versus inter speaker. Let's just Google that. Intra speaker, inter speaker variation. Yeah. That's a thing people say. So, at least in, more formal intellectual context, whatever, linguistic type stuff. Okay, so you have intra speaker variation, inter speaker variation. Now what about intra listener and inter listener? I'm curious about that. Intra listener and inter listener. Is that attested? Ooh. Sometimes they say within listener. It does seem like it's attested. Is that the right word to use here? Attested? Seems like there are people who use these words probably in the way that I'm using them, more or less. So I'm writing that down. Write that down. Intra-listener variation, inter-listener variation. Yeah, shit. Some of this stuff would get into tricky stuff with science of measurement. If I can call it the science of measurement, like stuff I learned about in engineering contexts and that kind of stuff. That stuff can get pretty tricky. So, there could be really rigorous mathematical, whatnot, data-based explorations of this kind of stuff. And then we can also remove ourselves a little bit from that, have a looser connection with that kind of stuff. But yeah, I think there's probably opportunity to get really rigorous with this if desired. And to bring those existing tool sets, methodologies, whatever, into this context. I probably should do, I don't really know what a literature review is, since I don't have enough, direct experience with that, but I kind of know of it, right? I've, I think, read some, or meta-analysis, or whatever the right terms are. I don't know 100%. I have a little bit of familiarity with this kind of stuff and a lot of ignorance. But something in that space, it'd be helpful for me to review what existing research, what existing articles, what existing explorations, whatever you want to call it, what existing stuff is out there already in this space, but what does this space mean? Because how I define that, it could be a very big space or a bunch of different spaces and different communities exploring similar things and overlapping things and different definitions and different vocab and different whatever, different methodologies. Stuff can get crazy. So what's the scope? Yeah, what space am I talking about? Maybe rather than accent in general, maybe I'm talking about something around perception of accent, and specifically native speakers' perceptions of non-native speakers who are trying to pass as native, perceptions of their speech, and setting it up in ways that it would avoid whatever, all the good stuff for that, like doing a really good job of that. I don't know how much that has been explored. There's probably stuff close to that, adjacent to that, that's been explored. I believe there is. I believe I've read some of it. It's probably in my Zotero thing. But there's a lot of opportunity for me to get better at exploring that kind of stuff. Or to get support or help from other people who are better, have more academic or research experience or whatever you want to call it. I don't even know quite the right terms to use if I want to be, really effective in how I'm describing these things. If I'm being very careful in my communication. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. But yeah. I'm just going to write down lit review, ? Meta-analysis, ? etc. of, I'll say NS, I could say L1 or whatever, but I'm going to write NS because that's what I like to write. I don't know if other people do that or not, but yeah, native speaker perception of non-native speaker trying to pass as native speaker. Perception of, so what I wrote down is native speaker perception of speech of non-native speakers trying to pass as native speakers. And so it's, while useful to see what other people are exploring in the space, what they have and haven't explored and whatnot, I think that what they haven't is really interesting and important for me to kind of protect that space, because sometimes I could be biased by what I've read, and it's important to remember what else is missing, and if I was doing this from scratch, what would I do? And sometimes I worry that learning what other people have done inhibits my ability to think sort of from scratch, because then I'm biased by what I'm now aware of, the existing approaches. But maybe that's okay. There's trade-offs there. unmuting. So yeah, I think there's an opportunity for me to become laser focused on something very specific and become very, very good at it. And that's kind of already what I've been doing, but there's opportunity to focus even more, to be more willing to cut out other stuff, and to get even better, significant, like better, like way better. I'm already good, but there's a lot of opportunity to get even better. So much better. So, and in a sort of general sense, it might be this idea of passing as native, despite being a non-native. And then zooming in, the hyper-focused version is still tricky because I have kind of a coupled, like two opposite but coupled journeys, as opposed to if I was helping other people like me do the same thing. You know, if I was helping Americans sound Brazilian, then I would be teaching them the same journey I'm on, and there would be that. Instead, I've got the opposite couple journeys of I'm helping Brazilians sound American while I'm an American trying to sound Brazilian. And I'm sort of learning two journeys at once. There's significant overlap. That's part of the value proposition or whatever, is I'm a native, and there's the marketing around that naturally built in for them to think that's better in a lot of cases and whatever, and maybe it is, maybe it isn't. In some ways I think it is. Depends on how you look at it. And then there's the value of that I'm not just a native speaker, but I'm living a similar journey. In the opposite direction. Yeah, this idea of passing and doing that specifically with accent, but also it could get into overall language stuff, dialect stuff, even other things, mannerisms and whatnot. It could expand. Yeah, to pass. Man. Hyper focus might mean more and more saying no to people who don't speak English, people who aren't Brazilian, people who don't want an American accent, or even specifically a general American accent or an accent similar to mine, and also continuing to get clarity around those types of definitions or existences or whatever. Just had a big zone out moment, whatever. Fantasizing about me being really good at trumpet. And showing off Wynton Marsalis-like skills. As if it was, I used to be really good at trumpet, and then despite not having played in forever, still whip it out and be able to play crazy good. Better than people who've been, practicing more recently. interesting little sort of fantasy I was having there. All right, so to pass. I'm gonna write and talk more, I guess. I don't know. To pass. So to pass is kind of a general entrance point, and then to pass as native, despite being non-native. To pass as Brazilian, despite not being Brazilian. Maybe that's part of what I'm getting at here is passing versus being. That's an interesting distinction. I'm glad I'm stumbling upon that. I wonder, I bet you there's some interesting stuff around that kind of distinction in, for instance, transgender communities. Or maybe transgender is not the best term for me to use here. Maybe there's a more inclusive, expansive term of, I don't know. I'm, again, just kind of ignorant in this space. I don't know if, non-binary or something else. I don't know the right term or the best terms or whatever. And obviously that could vary depending on who you ask and then whatnot. But yeah, this idea of passing versus being, I think that's an interesting distinction. So even though I'm making some connections with, for instance, transgender experiences, at least in theory and concept, I'm fairly disconnected from that. So I say this with a fair amount of ignorance, sort of from afar. I have some connections, but not super deep familiarity. But while I'm drawing some connections there, I also don't want to be bound by those connections. So passing versus being, there might be some useful stuff to draw from various different lived experiences, various different communities, various different schools of thought, so to speak, various different perspectives. And that is one area that I would imagine has explored that type of distinction. And going from that context or those contexts to this context or contexts of accent, dialect focused, passing, I guess you could say, versus being. Maybe we can learn from, draw from other contexts without having to be bound by those other contexts, if that makes sense. They don't all have to align with or agree with each other, I guess is what I'm saying. But there can still be meaningful I don't know, comparisons, connections, that kind of thing. So passing versus being. I'm just going to Google that. And there's stuff coming up on Wikipedia and whatnot. Passing versus presenting versus assumed. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff coming up. So there's stuff in terms of transgender type stuff. There's stuff in terms of race, white passing. There's stuff as passing as straight is not the same as being straight. So I guess sexuality. Hopefully I'm using the terms right. So gender, sexuality, race. On Wikipedia, passing, parentheses, sociology, it seems to treat it as a fairly open-ended type of thing, where it's passing is the ability of a person to be regarded as a member of an identity group or category, such as, and it gives a big, bunch of different types of things. So as a member of an identity group or category that is often different from their own. Wow. I don't know how to describe what was coming up for me there, but yeah, I was getting chills and emotion. And I don't know exactly what sort of movies were playing in my head, so to speak. For better or worse, or who knows. But yeah, this is potentially deep stuff. And I also think, depending on what we're talking about, sometimes it can also be light. Sometimes it could be very deep. Sometimes it could be heavy. Sometimes it depends. But there's a lot. Reminds me of something Owen Cook said, who I do still see as a mentor, as someone who has helped me a lot, even if his, if he is not universally accepted. Maybe in part because of that. I don't know. So I don't necessarily agree with all of his views, etc., etc. But he brought up some sort of idea of, like, if you really see the world, like if you allow yourself to open up and, I don't know, be more present to it or whatever, to notice more, whatever it is. I forget how he framed it, but this idea that when you really see more, I guess, or open up or go deeper, then you'll probably feel emotions coming up, cry looking at a flower or whatever it may be, if you really allow yourself to sort of take it in. It probably connects to, as well, like the fleetingness of life, mortality, all that good stuff. Like, what are we here for? What is this experience? Looking at how we treat each other, how we treat ourselves, belonging, acceptance, shame, harm, lots of crazy stuff that happens. And then again, there's the competing values of sort of having the freedom to go deep in a very specific area for a very specific group of people without needing to sort of babysit how that will be interpreted by other groups of people who may also be exposed to that same messaging. And that's the tricky part, is it's often, if it's, for instance, going onto social media, it's kind of this free-for-all platform of who knows who's going to consume that content. And so to what extent is a producer of content, a communicator, responsible for I don't know, sort of managing how their communication may be perceived by a very wide range of types of people or even specific people, versus to what extent is there sort of a freedom to uh, allow them to kind of not worry about that to some extent. And it's probably not a binary thing, but more of a continuum of, or a space or whatever, of how they're relating to that, focusing on that. So even though I am, white, cisgender, straight, etc., as far as I know, or so far, or whatever, like pretty kind of seen as standard by some people. Obviously, you can question that or whatnot, but kind of like part of a group that is got it pretty good, pretty well off in general or whatever. I wasn't born into ridiculous wealth, at least. I mean, on a global scale, yes. But on like a US scale, no. Just, middle class or whatever, and plenty of problems. But, yeah, I can acknowledge I have a lot of just kind of benefits given to me without me doing much for it or doing anything for it. That doesn't discount what I have done or the experiences that I do have, not fully at least. Or discredit, I don't know. It's tricky to talk about this stuff. But yeah, so despite my whiteness and whatnot, maybe I can still lead people in a meaningful way in a specific niche. Probably a range of niches, but in this case, doing business, focusing my life energy, so to speak, in one area rather than trying to do a million different things and doing a shitty job. Trying to do well in one very specific niche. Maybe I already am, but I'm looking at how I can kind of deepen into kind of creating vision or mission or whatever here. How I can deepen into leading people I don't know how deep we go here, because this is where it could get very like, maybe this is the space I end up feeling kind of called to explore. I don't know, but yeah, it could get triggering or be kind of a tricky space to explore and to lead in, I guess you could say. But something in this space of passing and being, or passing versus being and whatnot, when it comes to accent, language, country, kind of just throwing that one in there. It's all connected in one way or the other, right? We can figure out how to word it or express it better later, but I also need to get out some content still today. I should switch to that pretty quick here. Maybe I'll come back to do more of this live. I don't know if I'll honestly do that, being realistic, but I'm enjoying this flow. So note to self in general is I would like to do more of this kind of exploration. I usually end up thinking that when I do this kind of thing, and then time between sets is still rather large. Time between repetitions is pretty large. Like, wonder how long it was since the last time I did a live like this. I suppose I could measure that by looking at this channel on some level, look at the dates of the lives that I do and that kind of thing, but also the nature of the lives, right? What's the type of live I'm doing? Is it a sort of a deep thought, kind of live like this, like deep thought, research, that kind of thing, building, or is it a, more focused, like let's do accent work? Just had a pain of sorts. I'm not too worried about it, but it was one of those, what was that pain? It came up very suddenly and specifically. Maybe like right here. Can't really see it. Oh, you kind of see it on camera. But because it was so kind of specific and not generalized, from what I understand, that's probably not like a heart attack or whatever. Probably something else. It may not be anything of concern. I don't know. I don't know how to, diagnose that kind of stuff very well or effectively. I'm not an expert in that stuff. Just have that rule of thumb of specific versus general, location of pain. Anyways, but yeah, I think there's potential if I want to or feel called to or whatever, explore that space of me being hyper focused, focus the laser, being willing to have haters, that kind of stuff. Something around this idea of, but yeah, I'm not sure because I don't fully know if, so again, this is tentative. I'm iterating here. I'm trying things on. I don't know if this is what I would actually want to do. But, for instance, I could help people who want to or feel called to or whatever, maybe even feel like they need to. That's where it gets a little tricky. People who want to try to pass, people who want to pass. Maybe I shouldn't say want to try to pass. Maybe I should say want to pass. Yeah, people who want to pass. And specifically, though, I mean people who want to pass as American. Brazilians who want to pass as American. That's pretty interesting. Then yeah, there's still that distinction of passing versus being. And then you could also parse out the being, right? Because there's the sense of the actual origin and development and whatnot. And that is what it is. You could hide it, obscure it, misinformation, disinformation, whatever. You could be a spy, blah, blah, blah. There's all that potential stuff. But still, you could make a strong argument that the past is the past. It is what it is. So the origin and, upbringing, it is what it is. Whatever it was, that's what it was and is. But in terms of, say, like the political designation, that's probably not quite the right wording, but like citizenship, for example, sort of like legal status and that sort of thing. That sense of being, well, still, potentially difficult and maybe sometimes not available, or there's a lot going on there, and I'm not super informed about that either. I have a fair amount of ignorance there as well. But that, the actual origin cannot truly be changed, barring time machines and whatnot, as far as I'm aware, by my definitions at least, at this time. Look at all those caveats. Or, I don't know if caveat's the right word, but anyways. But, yeah. Sometimes I caveat myself out of my own thoughts. Would be one imperfect way of wording that. I add so much, so many asterisks, so many parentheses, so many whatever that I don't even remember what I was saying anymore. And if that happens to me as the speaker, imagine the listener. And I think that's part of the power of focusing the laser, is not just focusing the laser in terms of speaking to a specific avatar, that kind of thing, but also just improving communication skill in general. There's also, you could argue, on the part of the listener, an opportunity for them to improve their listening skills. But me as a speaker, I can't directly control that. So what I can more readily control, I mean, of course, I can influence others to listen more effectively in one way or the other, but and I can do that to some extent through my speaking. That's interesting. But a lot of it is you're going to speak more effectively. And yeah, to some extent, you can kind of help co-manage their attention or whatever. That's probably not the best way to say that, but or there's some drawbacks to that. But, help make it more likely, make it easier for them to pay attention, make things, become a more engaging communicator, communicate things more directly, more clearly, more effectively, in a more engaging way, etc. But yeah, Brazilians who want to pass as American, and then it's parsing out, or passing versus being, and the different kinds of being. There's the being in terms of like legal or political status. I still don't know if political is the right word there, but at least legal status. Are you a citizen? Are you what's your immigration status? Are you seen as you are now considered legally to be Brazilian versus American or both, and that kind of thing. So there's that. But then there's also the actual origins. There's also the potential sort of fake or obscured origins. It could be hidden and sort of controlled information. It could also be disinformation or misinformation. There could be different angles on that, but all that can be connected to being, and that can obviously talk back and forth with passing and being are potentially connected in some ways. Yeah, interesting stuff. Anyways, I think if I want to explore that, if I want to lean into that, there's potential for me to help Brazilians who want to pass as American. Because you could argue that I am an American who wants to pass as Brazilian. And there's so much stuff people could attack in all this. And part of what I'm potentially saying, if I choose to keep continuing down this idea of, focus the laser, cult-like following, not everyone has to like it or understand it, etc. Maybe you have to sometimes allow a few eggs to be cracked to make an omelet, or whatever metaphor you want to use here. Put on your own oxygen mask first. I don't know. I'm not sure the best ways to look at this yet, but there can be value for a niche, a group of people that if other people from outside that niche sort of stumble upon it, they may oh no. So the image I had was like, I don't know, an orgy, and then someone stumbling upon it and just being shocked when they see their parents there or whatever it is, right? Sometimes a niche doesn't have to appeal to everyone, and but that's also where you can look at, okay, what are sort of the boundaries around discovery of that? Like, there can be interesting things going on there around, I guess, sort of like consent or control of information or access or discovery or whatever you want to call it. I don't know. I'm kind of throwing out a bunch of words, just things that are being evoked in my mind here. And some of it, again, a lot of those words have sort of baggage, meanings, and connotations and whatnot from different communities, different contexts. And while I can call them into this space in this context, and we can to some extent benefit from some of the things that those words bring up for me or for other people, there can be trade-offs there. There can be drawbacks, and we may not want to be bound by what a lot of those things may bring up. Want to be able to go beyond those things. For instance, consent can bring up some very heavy, challenging stuff. And so while some of that may be useful, some of it may not be applicable to this context. Or there could be meaningful differences, let's say. So, Brazilians who want to pass as American, and I am an American who wants to pass as Brazilian. And it's interesting to see it as almost a hobby. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. I could also look at it as I'm going to write down some words here, but hobby, ? Calling, deep interest. I don't know, because I'm not quite sure. This is, again, me iterating imperfectly, me exploring. But it seems like it could be possible for someone to relate with, a Brazilian who wants to pass as American, an American wants to pass as Brazilian, wanting to pass as sort of a different nationality, different language or accent background, that kind of thing. or develop skills to integrate deep. Like, you could view this from different perspectives and question all of it, of course. It's all attackable, questionable. But anyways, it seems like you could have people who approach it from a sort of a less healthy way, and you could, of course, question what that means, but someone who's more kind of frenetic or desperate versus someone who's more, they'll be okay either way, but they feel called to go deep. They feel an opportunity, a motivation. They want to see, they want to, see how deep the rabbit hole goes, or, explore opportunities, or however you want to word it. So maybe people who are less pain motivated and more benefit or curiosity motivated, or experience motivated, or aspirational. I'm not sure, but I'll write down aspiration versus pain. I'll say I don't even know if this really makes sense. We could question this, but yeah, aspiration motivated versus pain motivated. And maybe those, again, are not binaries, but continuums. And so if someone's really coming from pain and desperation, if someone's believing maybe I'm combining things that don't need to be or shouldn't be combined or whatever, but if someone's coming from desperation and they also see this, passing as American as a magic solution of some sort, would I want to work with them or no? Interesting questions if I actually allow myself to explore that with an open mind. So, to keep my word of, I didn't exactly commit to publishing one piece of content every day. Maybe I have, maybe I haven't. The real, it was kind of that's the tricky part about making sort of a vague commitment, I guess. Letter versus spirit or whatever. But, rule of 100. I mean, in a way, I've done over 100 minutes of content creation because this is technically content. It's being documented. It's being published live as I talk, and it's been over 100 minutes. And even if it hadn't been documented, you could argue that what I'm doing is in the content creation sphere or space or whatever, and me doing this kind of thinking, even if it was done privately and not shared, still is part of a overall content creation process. But then where are the outputs? Because this doesn't directly drive a business outcome until there's an output. So, for instance, this is being output on a channel, so there is an output, but who is actually seeing that? Because that's what actually drives business results. And in this case, it's a channel with very few subscribers. I think there's 2 subscribers, one of which is probably me. At this time, if I remember right. I could be wrong, but it's very low subscribers. I'm guessing very few people are currently going to see this. More may see it in the future, depending on how things go, but yeah, it would be good for me to publish some stuff to Instagram, for instance, and my usual is then Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, YouTube, all those, do the shorts on all those. So IG and Facebook, YouTube, and LinkedIn. So I guess I'm doing 4 platforms, but it's all the same short, no modification per platform basically at all. The video itself is the same video on each. I do under 90 seconds, and then I'm able to post it on all 4. That's my understanding so far. So do I try to make a 90-second little reel or something? Maybe instead of a reel, maybe I do something really freaking simple in Canva or Stories or whatever and post that, and then say questions below or whatever. Maybe that's an interesting way to do it. Maybe that's a way through for today. So I could even do that while I'm on this live. So yeah, create a design, Instagram post. I should start with a different. Yeah, whatever. Doop 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 doop. So I just finished making an Instagram post in Canva. I'm going to post it in a sec. Still before midnight, so this will have been a different way of getting my 100 minutes of content creation today. Instead of making a reel, which ideally I wanted to do one reel every day, but I think it's okay to not do that. I don't know how I feel about that one. But, you know, yeah, I don't know. Am I selling out on myself? Feels like it would be better if I'd done a reel. It'd be better if it was one reel every day for 100 days. At least one new reel every day. I could still potentially make a reel out of this and see which one gets more comments. That'd be one way to do it. It could be a quick reel, not, edited and rendered in DaVinci and whatnot, but just direct to camera on Instagram in the Reels editor. That would be one way. All right, it's posted. I wonder if I can... just turn that into a little video. Yeah, what if I'm... interesting. I could turn that into a reel. Weird. Maybe that's what I should do. All right, so Google Drive. Almost feels like cheating, but it would be a reel. Put that there. read it in a minute. I want to make sure I get it posted. I don't have to read it, but anyways, it's about like I help Brazilians pass as American, and I'm an American who wants to pass as Brazilian. What do you guys think? That's basically the post. It's like testing out that concept just to see how people react to it. All right, I shared it. Well, it's still posting technically, but I'm posting it as a reel. I'm waiting for it to actually publish. All right, it actually published. So I guess I got my 100 minutes done, my one reel done. I technically already sent an email today as well. Interesting. To pass as Brazilian. Curiosity mode. All right, we'll see how people respond. And if they respond, probably someone will respond. Will the people that matter respond? Not that people don't matter, but relative to business goals, with what I'm trying to do with a niche, with focus like a laser, etc. That's the tricky part. Whose opinions do I listen to? But we'll see what comes out. So, deep thought and reels. 160 minutes. Nice. $5 in ad spend. I believe. 165 points for the day, so to speak. So this is now day 9 of the rule of 100. So once I do tomorrow, I'll be at 10% of the way for the rule of 100. That's pretty cool. So I guess I could keep going on this live here if I wanted, but I should probably also sleep. Yeah, passing. And increased curiosity. Tricky stuff. Communication is tricky. Yeah, on Wikipedia, passing seems to deal with like stigma and potentially negative stuff around that. So I think it could be I guess, using that word will have different meanings for different people, and for some people it may. I don't know. We'll see how people respond. That'll be one interesting part, is just see how people respond and how to weight different people's opinions. Curiosity. Yeah, with the Wikipedia, like the initial little bit I'm reading here in Wikipedia, maybe it has some connotations, at least for certain people or whatever, around like a stigma, like the reason someone is passing, it seems to effectively be saying, is to kind of alleviate this sort of negative thing they perceive. And maybe that's what it is. I mean, maybe it's forcing me. Maybe if I use this language in one way or the other, it's helping me get at a core of an issue, which is like speaking like a native versus speaking not like a native. And you can question what that means and everything, but sort of a value judgment on that. Is one better than the other in some way, to some people, in some circumstances, to some extent? Like, and you can obviously get nuances and all this stuff to it. It's not like it's this inherently. I think most likely you can make a strong argument that one is not inherently better than the other, but I think you could probably also make a meaningful, reasonable, something like that. You could make an argument that maybe one could be better than the other in certain ways, in certain circumstances, for certain people, etc. And if we can allow that, then maybe it's interesting to look at. Maybe in some cases, speaking like a native is better. And we can throw in a bunch of asterisks and nuances if we want, or we can just kind of let that hang out there. Because it's tricky, because I don't want to spread, say, there's a bunch of stuff that could get wrapped up in this. So how can I kind of communicate in a sensitive... And then there's the competing ideals, because, yeah, sort of sensitivity, caring, not, being a total bulldozer, just causing a shit ton of harm and not caring at all, balanced with focusing the laser and letting the chips fall where they may, focus on a very, very specific niche, hyper-focused type of person, and communicate to them, and let other people misunderstand and misinterpret and dislike and etc. Like, so maybe that's kind of a dialectic, these kind of seemingly opposed ideals to some extent, maybe, but maybe there's ways to kind of reconcile that, or to kind of dance between them, to integrate them, I don't know what that looks like, but I guess I'll be playing in that space, as I suppose we all are, but I'll be figuring out my own way of navigating that. So I have people who want to pass. So I may be eliciting, evoking, invoking, I don't know what words to use, stuff that I don't want to be bringing up when I'm using the word pass. That may have a bunch of extra stuff with it that I'm not aware of. I don't know. So I'm going to Google just to see what comes up. Passing as a good thing. And maybe I can start reading a variety of perspectives, because it seemed like Wikipedia, for better or worse, is more focused on sort of the drawbacks of passing, seeing it as this sort of necessary evil for some people that maybe isn't necessary. And I may be totally misrepresenting that, because I'm kind of trying to describe something after having just kind of superficially read it, and probably not doing a very good job of it. Yeah, maybe the challenge could be if I use the word pass, that it could be, maybe that word's just too strongly associated with trans challenges or experiences, or I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. But I think it's okay for me to put out, a curiosity-based post. Maybe I'm still more hesitant to say that that's my main, languaging that I put out there in sort of headlines. But let's start gathering information, and we'll see. There's also the angles of how similar words are used in Portuguese. So my audience of Brazilians may interpret this differently than Americans would, which is also interesting. But if I'm marketing to Brazilians, yeah, it's tricky. Tricky stuff. Because I also don't want to misrepresent, if they're going to use the word pass in this context, and then in greater society in the US, for instance, if that word is used differently, I could be misrepresenting how they'll be received when using that word in the future. Because I'm not actually sure what that, what the climate is around that word, so to speak. So I wonder, it'd be interesting to get input from therapists, mental health professionals. Again, I would imagine, though, that the responses could be varied. And so how do you weight different perspectives? What if it was the option to pass? That's an interesting angle. Reminds me of what Ramit Sethi did with, I think it was around like something about a side hustle or being able to leave work or something, like having the option to not work a corporate job rather than not working a corporate job or something. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it's something like that. I think it was using this idea of having the option, just like increasing your freedom, increasing your options. Not that you have to do XYZ, but that you're able to if you want to. The option to pass, the ability to pass. And so there's still an open question for me, which is if someone, one way of wording it, I haven't worded it this way in the past, but I can take advantage of the terminology I'm exploring right now to word it in this way, which is if a non-native speaker learns to pass as native, can they still access being perceived as non-native as well, or do they sort of lose their connection with that? So if we talk about the option to pass, do they also have an option to not pass? And to what extent do they have that? How does that play out? To what extent do they kind of lose connection with their old patterns? Or, yeah, how does that play out? I don't know. So, yeah, feedback from my audience, from my clients. I think it'd be interesting to ask my clients what they think about this wording as well. People who've already paid me money, see if they resonate with it. If not, that kind of thing. Yeah, this is tricky stuff. Part of what weighs on me is the idea of, well, there's power in me being able to, so to speak, focus the laser and kind of not worry what other people think who are outside of my focus niche that I'm trying to target. And then even if other people are exposed to that messaging, kind of saying, you know, let the chips fall where they may to some extent, there's the competing ideal of do no harm, or, you know, just caring about human beings and not wanting to make things significantly worse for people. There's some sort of trade-off there of like, if people are just a little bit uncomfortable or something, like on some level, whatever. But when if things get heavier, if we're talking about, you know, tapping into sort of more life or death, like heavy, big mental health type things, suicide type things, and I'm probably lacking nuance to talk about this effectively and lacking experience, familiarity, whatever. But then, yeah, it obviously feels heavier. Of course, you could argue that there are lots of things that, with a big audience, I think it's not just a binary thing, that there's instead probably a kind of continuum for how much this is at play in any given messaging in any given audience. With a big enough audience, there's probably going to be some people who take things in a very heavy way. That's tricky stuff. But yeah, that alone doesn't, there's still meaning in sort of adjusting the dial, or, you know, where you are in the continuum for how sort of triggering, I guess, communication is. I don't know. I'm still figuring this out. Maybe there's another word besides passing. I mean, that would be also something I could look at as like synonyms for passing and explore similar stuff. I could just say get an American accent. But it's, again, these competing ideals. If I want evocative things that are useful from a marketing perspective to help the ideal clients connect with something, resonate with something, feel something strongly, while at the same time, hopefully not causing a bunch of problems for other people who are not the intended audience. And then trying to do both of those things. Passing, synonyms. So it's showing passing as not the meaning that I'm using it as. Let's try pass. There's a lot of meanings. Try accept, to be accepted. That's still not perfect, but, to be accepted, to be undetected. I mean, I think the meaning, like if we sort of neutralize connotations, if that's possible, and look at kind of the core of the word, it's like a go, no go, pass, no pass. Like there's sort of a more neutral meaning available there. That is what I'm most interested in, I think. And then when it comes to sort of connotations and things that it can bring up for people, existing usages in different communities, that's where there's also a lot of power, for better or for worse, and that's where things can get trickier. It can be powerful for marketing and not just marketing, I mean influence in general, right? In this case, it is in a business context and there's money involved. But in a deeper sense, talking about investment, value, engagement, caring about something, emotions. But it's, a double-edged sword. I mean, one way I could angle it is that I'm not... Yeah, man, I don't know. It's exciting because this is like a powerful thing to explore, but it's also scary because it's a powerful thing. It's almost like if I was going to try to ride like a rocket or a really powerful motorcycle, but I'm not... I'm not sure if I'm able to do it safely yet, that kind of thing. It's like, but maybe the way you learn sometimes is by doing it. But then, you're going to run over people with the motorcycle, so to speak. Like, that's tricky. Because this type of languaging, and maybe there's other language, right? But this kind of framing and so on, like, it's potentially very powerful and potentially in a very positive way for specific kinds of people. But I think, the main concerns that are coming up are the potential negatives for other specific types of people. So if I explore this, I think I can still, you know, whether before the sale or after the sale, and I can explore that. Probably could become heavily before the sale. Lots of education and stuff, even in the mainstream stuff around like uh, how I personally see this stuff, what I recommend, etc. I'm starting to say a bunch of random stuff, but the core of what I was really trying to say was stuff around the option to pass, around this idea of, hey, if you want to try to pass as American, here are the tools. Here's how I approach this as I'm trying to pass as a Brazilian. And you can also question your motivations. Why are you doing that? We can explore that. We can make some content around that. We can look at it. And we can also say that you probably don't have to pass. So I think it's probably helpful to explore that for yourself. And but at the same time, maybe it's meaningful for you to try to do that and maybe even accomplish it if you can. Um, but also, even if you don't get 100% there, just getting closer to it can be meaningful. And maybe could be concerned about sort of like the valley of the uncanny, even if they don't know what to call it yet, or being perceived as imposters, or feeling sort of a break with their own identity, or people they've been friends with. Maybe other Brazilians can make fun of them for trying to sound American, or not just make fun. That sounds almost too light, but like sort of a heavier disconnect. There could be all these sorts of things that could come up. What if I talk about that stuff? What if I talk about some of the real stuff for me, about how I used to, the stuff I'm embarrassed to talk about, the stuff that's tricky, the stuff but then how do I still bring it back to sort of sensitivity and caring? And because I could talk about how I used to plug my ears listening to my Spanish teacher because she wasn't native, and I didn't want to sort of taint my input that I was receiving because I was trying to sound native. And I could share nuance around that, and how now, I can think, maybe that wasn't necessary, but at the same time, like, it still makes sense to me at the same time. Uh, but I also don't think that anyone has to do that, or that it's necessarily better to do that. It's all like relative, local. It depends on you and your goals, and I don't know, it's tricky stuff. Keep coming back to this being tricky. Movie playing in my head. Could be wrong, but I have, this imagined thing where there's going to be people in the comments or DMs that are, I guess, triggered. Kind of don't like that word. It's overused and it sounds like it's potentially like invalidating that experience or something. I don't know. But yeah, emotionally flooded, or maybe not even emotionally flooded, but just heavily invested, and like strong beliefs, or or seeing something that I'm doing as very negative, or whatever it may be. I'm gonna mute and come back in a sec. Wow. Yeah, I could be setting myself to up to be pretty easily attacked, so to speak, as like preying on desperate people, or and that's where good question. Am I equipped to actually do a good, ethical job of navigating this space? And what does that mean? Because on some level, what other people perceive from the outside is relevant. What matters is what's actually happening with my clients. That'd be one way of looking at it. Part of what I'm reading about right now is it's again in the trans, non-binary contexts. But yeah, it's stuff that it's heavy stuff. And again, I'm not sure how much that necessarily does or needs to or whatever map into this accent and accent context, but it is stuff that weighs on me as far as I don't want to cause harm, so I'm taking it into consideration, but I'm still also trying to keep things open to, freedom to do things differently in different contexts. But it's interesting to see, to learn more about how heavy things can be. About, for instance, gender dysphoria and people being sort of aiming for an ideal and that leading to mental health issues. If I'm misrepresenting any terms, that's my bad. This is me trying to read an article. But yeah, and people ending up sort of vulnerable and easily taken advantage of when it comes to surgery to alter their appearance in some way. So that I'm looking at, obviously then you can look at potential comparisons to, instead of surgery being an intervention, an intervention being accent training and other related stuff to help someone pass as a native speaker despite being a non-native speaker. So, you can kind of complete the analogy and look at, okay, in this context it's this, in this context, if we make a comparison, if we make an analogy, you could compare things. Again, I don't know to what extent that is valid or meaningful, but it's something that I'm considering, right, is making that sort of comparison. Because, I don't want to cause harm. There's still the overall weighing of kind of helping, I guess, benefit versus harm. That sounds too cold, though, or not like representing what I'm actually like. I don't quite know how to put it into words. I'm still just trying to think through if there are people who can be helped by something, but then the existence or offer of that something can also be harmful to others. Should that thing not be offered at all, or should it be offered, but it's should be presented carefully, and people, can be selected, filtered, but then you're going to have different providers who do that differently, and some for better, some for worse. And then you could look at like regulation and all this stuff. So for me, at least on a personal level, if I am going to, I mean, in a way, I'm already offering stuff in this space, and I have been. It's just the languaging, the marketing, the focus, I may end up having a different charge to it, or attracting different people, or whatever it may be. And so I think for me personally, I mean, you could look at it as sort of an industry around, accent coaching, language learning, all that stuff, as well as you can also map it into like international mobility, or whatever they call it, or immigration, or losing my train of thought, making this complicated enough that I lost the thread. I think I was looking at, on one level, like as an industry or market or whatever, there could be considerations, but also whatever that may be, I can also look at my own personal considerations for how I personally would want to operate a business in this kind of space, and acknowledging that I kind of already am operating a business in this space. So that in some ways the changes may not be that significant. In other ways they may be significant, or more significant than I expect. I don't know. If I, change languaging, marketing, that stuff to some extent, and start talking about passing and that kind of thing. Because I already kind of talk about that, but it's not in the headline as much, and I know headlines are meaningful. But yeah, so for me personally, then it would be about trying to figure out how to help people deeply and not hurt people, minimize harm. But it's still that balance of being able to focus the laser, so to speak, do a really good job with a hyper-specific niche of people and focus communication on them. And to some extent, the better you do that, then there's potentially this trade-off of being misunderstood by other people, of that being misinterpreted of other people. Yeah, there's risks involved with any communication, I suppose, but maybe especially so with sort of hyper-focused communication, where it's sort of taking advantage of efficiencies of talking to a specific group, where there can be things that are assumed or things can be said. Yeah, it's tricky. But anyway, so part of it could be selection and who I work with. Part of it can also be with before and after the sale, sort of education and belief breaking, or whatever you want to call it, challenging, coaching. I am not a therapist, but to some extent, maybe there are connections to therapy type stuff, whether formally by bringing in actual mental health professionals, or by pointing to stuff from that world, or referencing my own anecdotal experience and my conversations with my therapist, and my limited familiarity with some of those types of things. Again, I'm losing my train of thought. But yeah, how do I effectively operate in that space? And effectively, of course, can be defined in so many different ways. But for me personally, with my own, system of values, morals, ethics, whatever. So yeah, partly would be around selection for who I work with. And I think partly around education or coaching throughout, before and after sales, the whole journey, whatever. Around things like, you probably don't have to sound like a native. You probably don't have to pass as American. And that's where the tricky part is. There's going to be pressure on me, and arguably opportunity, where I could sort of twist the knife more if I wanted into pain, and like, you need to do this, you're not going to be successful if you don't do this. You're think of the things you're missing out, blah, blah, blah. And maybe I could make more sales or whatever if I did that. It seems like that's like commonly repeated sales and marketing acquisition type stuff that people talk about. But I could also choose not to do certain things that other people do, even if hypothetically it means less dollars. Maybe it means I can sleep better at night, make a better contribution to the world or whatever. I don't know. It's just tricky, messy stuff. But yeah, I guess one way to look at it is it ultimately comes down to my personal, like for me, sort of from a selfish perspective, but still connected to others. It comes down to, yeah, my own personal values, morals, ethics, whatever the right words are there. Am I going to regret things? How can I try to make it so that I can sleep well at night, so that I am hopefully making a positive contribution to the world, but then, according to who, and all that stuff can get tricky. But yeah, ultimately, on some level, there's the risk that if I isolate myself too much from, critical feedback, that I could be in sort of a bubble and, could sleep like a baby at night despite causing massive harm or something. I doubt that I would actually let that happen. But then I doubt my own doubt there, because I'm like, well, that's probably happened with smart people, blah, 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 whatever I identify as. People like me have probably thought that and then still had it happen. And again, I'm thinking thoughts that are spread out enough that I keep losing the thread of the thought, the original thought. But yeah, so selection of clients as well as education throughout the sort of prospect customer journey, before the sale, after sales. Things like you probably don't need to pass. Developing, I don't know. Yeah, I don't quite even know how to explore or coach or whatever in that area fully. It seems like potentially sensitive, tricky stuff. But from my sort of simplistic view, it's like, yeah, you probably don't need, like, my personal view, what I'm doing with trying to sound like a Brazilian is, I don't think I need to do it. I just like it. I think it's nice. In some way, I think it's better for me personally. Like, I prefer, my preference is to sound Brazilian instead of sounding foreign. With that said, I don't think that it's bad to sound foreign. I think there's a lot of people who sound foreign who are awesome and do well and so on and so forth, and can be successful and happy and integrated well into the society that they're in, locally, globally, whatever. More locally, more globally, etc. But for some reason I have this preference, and maybe it's worth diving into that more. But it could also be, just have some sort of kind of thought terminating cliche or whatever, and just kind of like, I like it because I like it. I don't know why. We can hypothesize, we can analyze it, we could whatever. But on some level, my belief is that I don't think I need it. But that it's satisfying to me. It's rewarding. I like it. It's a preference. I prefer it. I would rather speak like a native than like a non-native. That's an interesting phrase in itself. Because that is not a requirement. Not everyone needs to feel that way. But I personally would rather speak like a native than like a non-native. It's not that one is inherently better or worse for everyone and but that is my personal preference. And you could then question native and non-native probably. I know people tend to do that, and I'm probably somewhat ignorant about the specifics of that, I guess. My guess is it's probably tied to like a language is a dialect with an army and a navy, that kind of thing. Like just where power happens to be concentrated. Maybe happens to be is a phrase that people also poke at. But, you know, if someone's learning English and they're trying to sound like a white dude from the US, then or maybe they're not directly consciously, like super consciously trying to do that, but by aiming for so-called general American or a perceived standard that still tends to map towards, at least to some meaningful extent, maps to, you know, white people from the US, that kind of thing, from Midwestern US or whatever. I don't know. It's interesting stuff. But I do think there's still something to be said for me as a native speaker from the US. There are people that I hear, you know, I can't necessarily speak for other people. We could try to survey them and stuff, but like for me, I think my own, I guess, anecdotal imperfect experience or belief or whatever here is that if I hear a bunch of people, I'm going to have these perceptions around, do they sound like they're from the US or not? Do they sound like they're a native speaker or not? But also, native speaker in the US, yeah, there is some nuance there. Like, are they Chicano? Are they whatever? Like, again, I have, like, you could have accented, what I perceive as accented speech, and they are from the US. They are native, and if they're Native American, you could of course argue they're more native than me. It all depends on which terms we're using in which sense, and it can get complicated. And there's probably value in deconstructing a lot of this stuff. Maybe I'm perpetuating it by not deconstructing it. But I also think you could make an argument that there's some meaningfully large cluster of people who are not deconstructing things past a certain extent. And so for them, at least for them, and maybe more, there are these kind of reactions or perceptions or judgments or categorizations or whatever, for better or worse, that they put other people into, or tend to put other people into. And this sentence probably hasn't fully made sense, but it's close enough. And that, I guess, is it, that it can be potentially useful to acknowledge that that is something that occurs. Now, the response beyond that acknowledgement could vary. You could say, do nothing. You could say, I'm going to adapt, modify my own patterns to a smaller or greater extent based on this knowledge of their categorizations that they're probably going to apply to me based on how I show up. It could be, I'm not going to change anything. I'm even going to actually actively try to change them. There's probably other options as well. So I think that, yeah, the conclusion or course of action or whatever can vary. And probably an important part of what I'm doing moving forward in my business, and I've been trying to do already, is that, wow, there's some more spam stuff coming in the comments. That's interesting. Yeah, what I've been trying to do already is see if I can pick up on that thread. Something I'm trying to do moving forward, and I've kind of been doing it already. Something about, I don't know if it was like softening or caveating or saying it's not for everyone. Oh, I think it was like that what I'm offering is not the one and only or best solution or path or way forward or goal or process or whatever. It's not the only goal, it's not the only process, it's not the one right way. There are many options, and this is just one. As if, I had opened a school on how to dance like Michael Jackson, and then, I'm not saying that that is the best way or the only way. It is one style, one path, one goal, and potentially one or more processes to get there. And so in my case, I'm not saying that everyone or anyone or you, is it possible that some people need to pass as a native? So maybe I shouldn't say the anyone thing, but I'm not saying that everyone needs to pass as a native or that you specifically need to pass as a native. What I am saying is that if that's something that's interesting to you, if that's something you want, that you wish that you had the option to pass, that you could pass, then I'm here to provide a support system, frameworks, community, processes to support you in doing that and getting closer to that and potentially achieving it to some meaningful extent. Because you can make an argument that maybe it's never a perfect 100% thing. But you could probably get meaningfully, you got to be careful with the wording there, right? Because maybe it's pretty freaking rare to get really close, actually. I don't know. But maybe I can, through the operation of my business, actually increase the probability of that for people who go through the processes that I recommend and provide and teach and coach and whatnot. Because I suppose that's part of the function of a useful business or process or whatever, is to increase the likelihood of a certain outcome, increase the certainty. So it'd be providing the option to do that, not saying that everyone needs that or that you need that specifically. In fact, I might even try to sell you towards not doing it and can recommend competitors and that sort of thing. That would be one interesting angle to take. But if you do want to try to do that, and if we talk and we both feel like we're okay, ethically, morally, like you're not going to be it could get into tricky stuff. Like if we feel like things are okay from sort of a mental health standpoint, like you're not seeing this as a magic solution that's going to fix all your problems and make you happy or something like that, but more as a preference, an interest, a deep interest, a calling, an aspiration, a desire for a specific skill that you want to add, an identity-based thing that you resonate with, but that even if you don't get there, you'll still be okay. If you want to deepen your ability to pass, that would be one way to think of it, is deepening that ability. Then that's what I'm here to help you with. And I'm curating and collecting the best approaches for doing that. Specifically for Brazilians who want to pass as Americans. And this stuff could apply to others, but the coaching, and like it could be hyper-focused. You don't have to, but you can. So that's some of the nuances, these quick little distinctions, I think. Like, you don't have to, but you can. Or maybe I'd reword it, you don't have to, but it's an option. I don't know. Or you don't have to, but you can try if you want. And maybe, make some nods to mental health and whatnot. Maybe I said that, a little strangely there, but that's the basic idea. Yeah, taking Jasmine to the bank. Wow. Interesting. Interesting sort of crossover here between contexts. In an article I'm reading, Passing as a Woman, The Guardian, confidence is the key to passing, or at least to silencing the hecklers. I'm not sure who it's by. Juliet Jacques, not sure how to say that name. But they are talking about, I'm not sure which pronoun to use. I think I can default to they when not sure. Anyways, they're talking about passing, transitioning, and how some of their sort of awkward initial attempts there, kind of unsuccessful attempts, where people would give them comments. They say, the quote here is, "I was reminded of my fumbling attempts to learn German, and the difference between reciting phrases in a Surrey classroom and attempting to converse in Berlin." So there's kind of a crossover into the accent/language world. Yeah, it's tricky. So interesting question for people potentially. If you could pass, would you? If you could wave a magic wand. Because there's potentially the costs of passing, which could include costs of, and I don't just mean financial, I mean in a very general sense, costs of and risks of, costs associated with sort of the transitioning itself and whatever's involved in that, whether more permanent or temporary. This is me just brainstorming again from a place of significant ignorance, but trying to explore. So it could be things that are easier to modify to some extent, such as makeup, accessories, clothing, hair. Hair could be harder, but those sorts of things. And it could be things that are harder to modify, such as body and face, I guess. Hormonal type things, hair in that sense, not just for like time to grow hair, but like body hair and things like that. Then we could also look at things like voice. We could also look at things like speech, accent, dialect, language, mannerisms, ways of moving. And then, so for all this stuff as well, then there'd be sort of costs of, I don't know if we could call it maintenance or information management. I think I saw a term. I think that was a term I saw being used. And that could potentially be this kind of ongoing, sort of recurring, continuous cost, I guess, of continuously self-monitoring. My suspicion, and I could be wrong, is that one significant, as I'm getting deeper into this and wording it differently, I feel more confident in it than I did initially. But so I conjecture, hypothesis, or whatever, is that there is a meaningful difference, obviously probably many meaningful differences, but one difference that seems interesting to me between trans contexts versus, I guess I should say transgender contexts. In case trans, I mean, trans is usually used in that sense, I think, but maybe it could be used in a more general sense. I'm still learning how to use these words, but okay, so that context, transgender context, sort of versus or compared to non-native speaker trying to pass as a native speaker in that context. I think that the way that not passing is met by others, that reaction, that response, I think there is a significant difference or significant differences in those two contexts. I think that the stakes tend to be much higher and heavier in, from what I've understood, in transgender contexts, whereas in non-native passing as native. There could be exceptions, you know, for certain contexts where there's a lot heavier stakes. And I think it's probably important and interesting to explore those contexts within, you know, those cases, those subcontexts or whatever within the non-native to native context. But I think that there's probably a tendency for sort of less, I guess, violent rejection, less, it can still be intense though, there can still be shame and things, but I think that comparatively it's probably a lot more accepting compared to the transgender context, in terms of how most of the world, I don't know if I should say most of the world, but the tendencies of the world in its current state, and maybe I'm, you know, being confined to first world US type stuff, or I don't know, but I think that there are meaningful differences in my own experience and what I've heard of or read of or whatever between those two contexts. That's probably worth writing down. So yeah, significant cost, or I'll say in consequences slash response slash reaction, because maybe reaction is a better word than response, I don't know, or both, to not passing, I guess. Maybe it's partly by numbers. I don't know the numbers. That'd be interesting to compare. But I think in a back of napkin sense, my personal experience is that, for instance, I am probably aware of, and I know that's a key part, is awareness versus not being aware of. But I am probably aware of a lot more people who are speaking English with an accent that I perceive as a different accent in some way, or who are using language in different ways than I'm accustomed to, and it evokes some sense of foreignness. And it could be somewhere on a spectrum. Maybe they're very close to sounding like they're from the US in my definitions of that, or whatever, my perceptions of native speaker, whatever, but just a little bit different. Or maybe it's more different or whatever, but like anywhere that they're on that continuum, like everywhere on that continuum practically, or most of it or whatever, is something that sort of is generated for me as like, oh, they're not from here, or they're not, oh, this is interesting. Yeah, this is very interesting to make some comparisons here. What I'm ultimately trying to say, I'm kind of dancing around this point so much, but, and other things are coming up as I'm talking about it, but is that I think, and I could be wrong, we could question this, but I think I probably am aware of more people who, that I've met who are speaking English with an accent, or who seem to be foreign, non-native speakers of English. I think I'm more aware of those, like a higher number of those people than I am aware of in terms of people I've personally interacted with, for instance. Higher number of those people than people that I'm aware of that are transgender or non-binary. We could question that, because it could be I'm just not remembering. I'm weighting those things differently. Obviously, I've invested a lot in foreign language and accent in my life, and I probably have a bias towards noticing and remembering that. And maybe I even have some level of like suppression around transgender, non-binary type stuff, where I try not to think about it to some extent. Just trying to acknowledge I may have some biases, but potentially there's a difference in sort of quantity of exposure, and maybe that, if that's true, which that could be not true, that could just be my flawed perception, but if there is a difference in sort of quantity of exposure, I guess my own perception though speaks to, at least in my perception, that is something I perceive, is that I've met more people who are from other countries and sort of transitioning into speaking in English to some extent, to whatever level of depth they're going. That's and maybe it's not an apples to apples comparison, I get that, but there's a lot higher exposure there, I believe, in terms of numbers, than exposure I've had to people who are transgender or non-binary, or there may be other categories I should be including there too, I'm not sure. but I think that's my perception. So potentially we could extend that to say that's probably many people's perception. Again, that could be flawed. That extension there could be flawed. Maybe that's, but I think probably many people. I don't know how many, but probably lots of people have that kind of perception as well. And maybe if you kind of add that up, maybe at least where we're currently at, maybe it's partly based on sort of probability of occurrence for both of these things, and maybe one is more likely to occur than the other in a given population, or in a given, global type population where you have multiple countries and whatnot. Yeah, this stuff, it feels like it's almost hard to even talk about. So it's interesting for me to, even with a low audience or whatever, to be sort of documenting this publicly, because it all feels kind of risky to communicate about, especially when it's fresh. But hopefully I've, caveated it enough and whatnot to allow for an exploration of these kinds of topics, even if it's, documented semi-publicly and potentially publicly, of course, if like it's on the internet. So but part of a thought that was coming up for me, I may have just lost it. Let me write down something else, actually. So quantity of exposure / perceived quantity of exposure. I don't know if I like that term, but whatever. Like, I'll say i.e. number of people known, etc. Yeah, but I guess sort of the cost of transitioning or operating in a space sort of between point A and point B. That's very imperfect terminology there, and imperfect conceptually as well. But, for someone to operate in sort of international spaces, maybe that's not the right way to put that, for someone to because that would be a kind of unique subset, but for someone to go live abroad and to navigate that, for instance, there are a lot of costs and challenges and whatnot associated with that. But for someone to maybe I need to be careful with how I word this again, but so maybe I say not from the person's perspective, but from an outside person's perspective, what they perceive, an outsider. For a person to go from one country to another, one language to another, to some extent one accent to another, is probably less costly socially currently, on average. I'm not saying this is good, but I think it's probably where we're at currently. It's probably less costly to go from one country to another, one language to another, one accent to another, socially, than it is to not conform to a gender binary or be perceived as conforming or passing or whatever. So to be operating anywhere, maybe operating is a weird word to use in this context anywhere, but to be living, being, etc. in I guess non-binary ways that are this is tricky. I guess it's good that I'm challenging my thinking. I feel exposed and sort of vulnerable of saying things in incorrect ways, or maybe incorrect isn't the right term, but ways that are not well aligned with reality or other people's, or more effective ways of parsing this out or whatever. But at the same time, I feel good on some level exploring this stuff, trying to figure out some of these distinctions, even if some of it's kind of from scratch just by thinking. Some of it's based on having read and had conversations and whatnot, but some of it's also just kind of almost like first principles reasoning, or just thinking. I guess I should clear up that chat again. It's annoying shit. So, report. And hide. All right, cleared up the chat. So yeah, quantity of exposure, and yeah, cost of. So yeah, social cost of I guess I could say navigating between, because if I say transitioning, I don't know if that implies to the point of passing or if it could imply a continuum. But I guess I'll say navigating. So social cost of navigating between countries, languages, accents, probably tends to be much less than the, I guess, cost / risk than the social cost. And I'll underline social because obviously talking about costs and risks, if someone feels fundamentally like they're not on the right path, or however you want to word that, then there's big costs and risks associated with that can outweigh the social costs and risks. At least that's the way I'm wording that at the moment. And I was going to say between genders, but that seems to imply there's two, and then that depends on what perspective you're approaching things from. So I kind of put between / among gender. Imperfect wording. Good enough for now. And then yeah, it'd be interesting to also look at this with, for instance, race and maybe other categories as well. Sexuality potentially too. So yeah, gender, sexuality, race. Those are three that can show up pretty strongly, I think. That would tend to have heavier social costs and risks. Maybe in terms of individual mental health as well. It feels to me, and I could be wrong, but it feels to me like transitioning between countries, language, accents is lighter. Still can be really heavy, can be a big deal, can bring up a ton of challenges that I personally have not experienced either, since I haven't really done the full living in a foreign country thing. I did, 5 months in Spain. Not, there's obviously heavier versions of this. But my conjecture, hypothesis, belief, whatever, is that what I already said, basically. Social cost or risk of navigating between countries, languages, accents probably tends to be much less than the social cost or risk of navigating gender space. Is that a term that people say? Can I use that? Maybe I don't even need to say that. Maybe gender itself already includes yeah, maybe I don't need the word. Maybe I can just say navigating gender. Or what is it? Gender expression or presentation? I'm going to the genderbread person. So, expression, maybe. And when I said sexuality earlier, I wonder if that's not... Is that equivalent to sexual attraction? Sexual orientation? I'm not sure. I'm thinking of people I could talk to about this stuff if I wanted to explore some of this. Because there's some... I think the word intersection has existing meanings, right? Intersectional stuff, which I don't fully understand. But the way I was thinking of it in my mind is I naturally came to that word because I was thinking about sort of the intersection or the union or overlap or whatever the right term is of people who have familiarity, expertise to some meaningful extent in both accent type stuff / speech, voice, etc. Anything in that space of accent, language, dialect, that kind of stuff. So that's one area. And then the other area being, I don't know the right way to sum it up, but I guess, yeah, transgender concerns, non-binary concerns, and being able to I guess speak to both spaces and to what extent there are or are not connections between those and that kind of thing. I'm also thinking I should probably keep trying to inform myself better on my own and read what's out there. Could also potentially do it as a paid thing. That's an interesting angle. Yeah, it would be freaking annoying. I'm just thinking about reading some stuff, part of this article again, about just like abusive comments, more irritating than threatening, fairly infrequent, but still had this effect, which then in the next paragraph starts soon doing anything seemed to drag. It felt impossible even to go to the supermarket 5 minutes away without hassle. And just imagining that, and the little bit of my own experience where I felt similarly, like I don't even want to do XYZ. Something that seems like it should be a simple thing, but there's some sort of cost that's built up associated with it, probably socially, that has become a big deal for me. And enough so that I'm no longer willing to do the thing, or that there's at least a bigger barrier and it's harder for me to do the thing. I'm imagining the phrase I was going to use was a version of that on steroids, but maybe that's a tricky, not the best metaphor in this context, if that's a thing. Steroids. I'm not sure if steroids are involved in gender and transitioning, transgender type stuff. I'm not sure what else involved, actually. But yeah, a more intense or amplified version. I could go with that instead. Ooh. Concept of passing. I'm quoting part of a sentence. Something about that the concept of passing casts all trans people as deceivers, something many of us internalize. Huh. Wow. Now I had a thought too about just the fact, even if I have zero audience, the fact that there is a potential to have an audience, a person or more than one people view this live, the fact that it's being recorded and documented and published as a live could mean that there's a risk of something that I do being performative, so to speak. And I think that's not a binary thing, but a continuum. So to what extent is it performative? To what extent is it Yeah, to what extent is it to try to sort of influence how I'm perceived, and to what extent is it sort of a more authentic thing that just kind of flows out? And it could probably be kind of like on the genderbread person thing, where it's not just a, oh, that's an interesting idea. Maybe that by itself almost resolves like dialectic issues. That's interesting. So it's not just like a continuum where you go from one to the other and that's it. It's more like you take both halves of it and you do that. And then you have, starts at something that'll define in a second. Then it goes to having more of a certain quality. And on this side is having less of that quality. And so these are two independent things. You could be more or less both independently. So yeah, to what extent is someone performing or being mindful of how something will be received and potentially modifying their expression based on how they believe it will be received by someone else? Maybe performative sometimes has a connotation of it being sort of this empty fake thing where it's not real and it's just to get a reaction, as opposed to you could also have the independent variable of like realness or authenticity, independent of to what extent there's sort of awareness or control of how it's being presented, I guess. I don't know. There's probably some connections between them too, but it can be useful to see them as independent as well. In this article, it's saying passing is a contested term because it contains a contradiction. It implies there's something false or surreptitious about being seen as our authentic selves. And maybe it implies that not passing is failing. Yeah, maybe there's another word that could be more sort of kind to the alternative. So if not X, to make Y not seem inferior necessarily, but just, an alternative, just something different. But, both are options. And this is interesting. This is an article, first person perspective from someone who is trans, from what I'm understanding. And their words are basically, now that the time has come, the experience of other people spontaneously and effortlessly seeing me as a male is everything I hoped it would be. It eases the nagging comfort of dysphoria, allows me to finally stop standing out in a crowd, and I feel subtly but profoundly at ease when my male identity is taken as a given by others rather than undermined by them. Passing feels great, at least for me, so why isn't it the first priority for all trans people seeking acceptance? And then, keeps going. But yeah, that's interesting. That chunk alone of this, obviously I want to read more, get more context, but I think it's helpful for me. Also earlier in this, I don't think I read it out loud, but maybe I'll read part of it out loud. Well, rather than actually quoting a full, fairly long paragraph, the paragraph basically is citing examples of how this idea of passing is not agreed upon in the trans community. At least that's how I'm understanding this. That there are conflicting opinions, and there are some people who go to one extreme in terms of being very devoted to passing to an extreme, and other people who reject it to an extreme, and, quote, present their gender in intentionally confounding ways, end quote. Who, quote, completely reject cisgender norms and present their gender in intentionally confounding ways, end quote. And then most of us fall somewhere in between. That's a quote as well. So in some way, that sort of gives me hope, I guess, that this is not a universally hated word that cannot be used even in just the trans context alone. And then by extension, I assume in other contexts, that means there's even more sort of freedom to be able to use that word. But that doesn't mean that there's not going to be tension generated around that usage, and potentially strong opinions and consequences of some sort. But there still could be an argument that the benefits might outweigh the cost in some sort of sense. As far as using that term. Okay. But then also in this article, there's a more practical, gut level reason why the trans community shies away from gatekeeping and boundary enforcing, which is that transitioning is frightening, difficult, and often very expensive, and even the most effortlessly passing trans person was once on the other side of the process. And this is from slate.com, why passing is both controversial and central to the trans community. So I wonder if it could be, so the term that popped into my head is openness to experience. So for instance, in relationship with passing, and I'm biased towards an accent context and hesitant to apply too much into a transgender context since I don't have very direct experience with that. But openness to experience in terms of passing, so being okay with passing or not on some level, like more acceptance, more openness to experience around various outcomes there, sort of making that lighter, more okay no matter what the outcome is. But then still also potentially being able to have a preference, for different kinds of experiences, and biasing or even investing heavily towards certain experiences. So that's interesting. So maybe there's two, again, two like, independent, or to some extent independent variables we could look at. And maybe one is sort of openness to experience. Maybe lightness, or I don't know what to call it exactly. And then another might be I don't know what to call it. I'll put some question marks, but maybe preference or existence of preference. Maybe a second or third one is like willingness to invest / sacrifice. All right, I'm tired. I should probably go to bed, but got a couple pages of notes here. 3 handwritten pages in a notebook, and almost a 4-hour live here. In 1 minute, it will have been 4 hours. And a lot of it's keyed around this idea of the term pass. So looking at this idea of me trying to pass as Brazilian and me potentially helping Brazilians to pass as American, or to try to pass as American, or to get closer to passing as American, and to help people who resonate with that goal, and to treat that potentially as the ideal client, the hyper focus, the laser, and then maybe I still work with other people, maybe not, I don't know, but excuse me. Well, what if I start hyper focusing on that, and then bring in, the appropriate sensitivities and selection, education, filtering, and whatnot, support, boundaries, etc., to operate effectively in that kind of space. And I'm already kind of in that space, but I'd be taking some steps deeper into it, I guess you could say. All right, so that's it for this live.